Oh, we are live again. And now with way quieter audio because I removed the gain. I think the gain added a lot. No, not just I think. The gain added a lot of this like beeping sound, which I don't really like. You probably didn't like either. But problem now is that I set the audio that to be way more quiet, which in general is not too good. We'll try to listen all the sounds now. I hope the audio is not too bad. And we have our nice weird audio glitch back. I just I just think I just cut off my foot. Shit. No, it's not cut off, but so the weird ticking noises back. Where does it's coming from? I have no idea. Why would this happen now? Okay, let's try unplugging the microphone. It sounds like it only is when I'm talking. Yep, it sounds like it is the microphone. Because now with the microphone. But I think it's way better now. I will try to speak a bit louder now. You know, if it still sounds like this. It's not just my... Why? Why do you do this? I just want to plan my game. I want to mess around with audio settings now all day. Like, it's way better now, but I have no idea why it is there. I'll try to remove the gain fully. I will try to remove the compressor. I'll try to remove the limiter, the threshold of the limiter first to 8. So I think now it should maybe be better. I don't think so. A little bit, but not really that much. I try to set the output gain higher. Might just be the stream rate or something. Let's see if I can output stream, if I can set anything there. Audio bitrate. Stream audio bit. Try to see if we can set. Let's try to set it to highest quality and see if that does anything to the audio itself. It also seems like now I have. Is it working now? Please say yes, please. No, it is not that. Audio encoder. Let's see if I can set the bitrate still to 300. Let's see if YouTube takes anything else. No, that's also not it. Let's try to lower the bitrate by a lot. Set the bitrate to 4000. Bitrate is now on 4000. Why is there this weird popping back and forth? Fucking bullshit. It's better now, but I don't know. Well, it's a lot better now. Is it the bitrate? Okay, now I have the bitrate set to 3000. Please tell me that it's good now. Let's try to also set the encoder preset to P5 slower. Then I will try to set the audio gain. Compressor will be set up to 7 decibels again, output gain. Does anything change right now with video capture device 2? Something? No. Let's try to set the ratio up by 1.5. Definitely made it worse. It's now set to 7.4 decibels. Just hit the microphone a little bit. It basically can't be anything on here itself. Let's try to set the microphone up by... I will increase it over this while I'm talking. And let me see if it gets louder. I set it up by 2 decibel. Now it's setting up to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I usually have my audio sound around there. There is like the stats for nerds, which will probably give me a good calculation. History text, where was it? Is there codecs? Is there something up here? Video frame rate, current, optimal res, no. Volume, normalized codes. Let's see if there's anything that different here. Why is it so much bigger? We have the volume normalized, content loudness 2 decibels. Why don't I have a content loudness here on thing? I guess you don't get this on YouTube live streaming. Okay, I think... I mean, nobody would want to watch the stream if there's bad audio like this. It definitely is bad audio right now. So we'll set the compressor down to 0 again. I will remove the limiter, the compressor completely. I will also remove the limiter. And now we will only play around with this volume thing. I will increase the stream audio by 300%. Let's see if this makes it louder. Hey Pixel Test, can you maybe help me with the audio? You see there's like a weird popping in there. But this is not there if I choose the, like if I record a video. Yeah, that's my problem. I've been trying to fix that for the last 20 minutes. And I just don't know why, because if I stop the stream and record a video, it works perfectly fine. If I start this recording now and try to speak like this, the popping is also there, but I think it's cause of the stream. I've been streaming for 3 hours or something already, or 2 hours, and at some point I just hit my mic a little bit, and it suddenly started popping like this. I have no idea why. Just recorded a video over that talking, and let's see if this is any better now. This is just record it here. Go. Second. This is it. I mean, I set the gain up a lot. If I set this back to 100%, you probably won't be able to hear me at all. Like this. Let's see the audio. Yeah, it's really, really quiet now. Basically, the microphone itself is really quiet. I have no idea why this is. I guess the microphone itself is really quiet. The system settings maybe not show this data directly. Devices. I want to check my microphone here on my mic. Sound. Output. So don't want to allow that. see if it takes anything. Ja, das ist auch in der Aufnahme. I mean, it's everywhere. It's in the recording, but only if I'm streaming. I try to play around with the bitrate already, but YouTube won't allow a higher bitrate than 160 bits per second for the audio, I guess. It's the right thing. I mean, it's really quiet, and before I had like a gain. I had a gain on there in my audio filter, but since I hit it, it made this weird noise. See, I have like, wait, the volume is like completely down again. I think that now it should be way louder. But you hear this weird thing again. It sounds like there's some kind of gain or something in there. I don't know where this is coming from. Let me try to do it completely. And now it's completely without filters. It should sound normal now. Yeah, it doesn't sound normal at all. So this is the one without any filters on. This is the one with the noise compression from OBS, noise suppression, a noise gate. I don't even know. Ah, I didn't change anything there. That's what's weird about it. I will try to change the USB that I used for it. I will try to plug it directly into the PC instead of in the USB hub. Like it worked before. I have no idea why. It has to be something with the stream. So this is now showing up again. So let's see if this sounds better now. I unplugged the. It's perfect. Why the hell? It's nothing. It's nothing now. Man. I will never touch this microphone ever again. Never. I don't know what it was. I just tried to just went ahead and unplugged the USB thing. And that's it. I will try to add gain now. I will try to add like 5 decibels of gain. Let's try to add 10. Might be a bit worse quality. Yeah, okay, now we're good at the point again. So this should work for now. I have no idea what's up. It's completely weird. I watched the stream back and it got worse when I touched the audio itself. But the weird thing it was only in the stream. When I stopped the stream and recorded the audio, it was completely fixed. I have no idea why. I don't like audio at all. I don't like audio at all. I don't like recording it. I don't like editing with it. I just no. I would be very happy if there would be an AI that is fully just trained to record audio for you and then fix it. Just, I don't care. I don't want to do anything with audio. So just press play, it records audio, done. Perfect. No anything problems. Just fixed now. Yeah, but just imagine. I know that the AI is mostly trash when it tries to like make audio for you or fix audio up. But if you train something really good, I guess the problem with training AIs on audio is that you need a lot of different audio examples with what sounds good and what sounds bad. You need to have like training data for it. And you either have good training data or bad training data. And all of the training data, if you just pull data from YouTube videos, everybody uses a different microphone. So the input data changes a lot. And you don't really know what the good data is. So basically you need humans to review it. The AI needs to take in audio that sounds bad and turn this good. And then you have a human that needs to review it so that you can change the weights accordingly. At least that's what I'm thinking of right now. Man, I hate this shit. I can turn on the camera now. So there we go. Camera is up and running again. And we can we can continue with the planning. So far we have our yep, we set the ID for the random function to our set the seed of our random function to our star ID and set the range from 2 to 4. Depending on which the star ID get, we always get the same output. So we can test this now. We can write our script. Already played around with that a little bit before. We have star ID 1. And we want our random range from 2 to 4. So we have 2 to 4 routes between those stars. If we check, we have 2. And we would always have 2. Every single time. If we set our seed to 200,500, we will have a different seed with 3 every time. And this will, for each star, we will know how many yeah, you can always, you're way too fast over editing. I think that's that's a good thing. Or not a good thing, but a good example what's happening. When I'm trying to play around with the audio things, then it is always, it is never fun to play with the audio. I used Audacity so long now, and basically I have the same microphone, so I can automate some of it. I set myself I think it wasn't even done for my audio right now, but there's like tools and you can have like a macro manager. And I set a macro for my phone mic, which now allows you to then automate everything. Basically, if you have the same audio every single time, you have the same input every time, or the same editing style every time to make it sound good. So I have like my phone mic right here. You can just plug and play into your phone, and then you can talk with it. It sounds alright if you use it, but it isn't really the best thing. It has a lot of like background. Also, only was like $20 on Amazon. Just had it for a little test. Let me know if the audio is bad now. I moved the microphone. I'm moving it again. Risky right here. So I guess now the fix is just to unplug and reconnect the unplug and what is the opposite of unplug? Inplug? Stopper. Plug and in plug. I guess it's plug in. Yeah, okay, plug. Yeah. No, that sounds weird. Okay, yeah. But yeah. No, the star spawning makes sense, but we also need to have the same. How do we know that the star 1? We have 4 lanes. We know that star 1 would be connected to 4 other stars. If no, star 1 would always be connected to 2 other stars. In that case, star 1. It's always connected to 2 others. But then we do the same thing for star 2 and star 3. What happens then? We have our star ID2, start the game, and it makes a 3. So star 2 is at least connected to star 3 and to 1 other star. So that's what we know. And this is star 4 then, I guess. Let's erase this right here and make it the same style. This is our star 1, star 4. Now if we run the same thing for star 3, we have star 3 is connected to 2 again, which matches up. But we have a star 4 now. Star 4. And star 4 is connected to 2 again. Wait, what happens if we make the random range from 1 to 4? Because a star can also be connected to only 1. Can it? Star 4 would be connected to 2 again. So then star 4 basically needs to be connected back to the others. So I guess this would work in theory. We now need to rerun it for every star again. Star ID. Star 2. Star 4 is still okay. Star 1 is also fine. Star 3. Star 2 is also connected to 3 ones, which is, yep. Star 3 is connected to 1, which already doesn't match up. So this is not correct. As long as this is not correct. So star 4 is again four. Should be connected like this. This would be our star map. Star. Oh, 4 stars. Now star 4 is connected to 2, right? Yeah. But how do we calculate that star 2 is connected to other star? How do we know that it's connected to that one? The two that matches up, that's fine. So let's don't talk too much about this and just read. No. Why does it always remove my last message from GPT? Okay, let's see if the audio is broken after this. Let me know if it's broken after this. So I just got a new idea. Instead of having having to find a set amount of star IDs and then calculating their hyperlanes from there. I don't know how did we call it? I've already forgot the name. Like the hyperlanes, I guess. You just take the current one where we're at, and you calculate down from this hyperlane. We know that there are two connecting to others with our function, I guess, to find the ones. Or we need a function to know from our star right now there are two others, where I guess we can give the star ID and into the random or pseudo-random generator again with the star ID, and it says from either 1 to 4 stars, 4 lanes that can be connected to, I guess. And it then connects these to the other ones. And we now need to know which these other star IDs are that we are connecting to, because they also have a set amount that they are connected with. So we need to calculate that. But the thing that I'm trying to say is, instead of having to find a pool, you have one set of, you have your current star, you take the lanes, the lanes around it, you take the star IDs that those lanes are connected to, and do this like 3 to 4 times. We have to check it then by code how many stars this would return. But basically this should return enough stars that we at least have like one way where we can go, while still filling up the map with the ones surrounding us. And I think that should work quite nicely. And if we have some kind of algorithm that lets us know from, we have our star ID, which would basically just be like 500, the 500th star. We put this into a random generator somehow, in a function that gives us the surrounding lanes. But then this shouldn't be too difficult to just know how many stars this one has and then syncing it to other clients. You just need to give the star ID, which would be the seed, which would then always return the same amount of lanes. But the problem is that I still don't understand is how do we find out how many star IDs are then, or what the other star ID is that we're connecting to. Because this star ID is also a set amount of things, which also needs to be connected somehow. So we somehow need to make this algorithm and change it from right now, where we just have a pool of things, where we just guess a random amount of star IDs basically, and just hope for the best that there's other connecting ones to our current galaxy, which just might be the ones, but also couldn't be the ones. But with that, what I'm proposing right now, we are guaranteed that the connecting ones are also the right ones. So how would we solve that? And I think that's a better system, right? But yeah, pixel test. Hell no, I'm typing with this. I explained this before. If I'm typing down here with ChatGPT, by the way, let me know if the audio sucks now. I think it's because I used it with ChatGPT now. Maybe it is worse. But only if I'm typing, I have to think about what I'm typing. And if I have like with these things, I have like a lot of ideas in my mind that I can't put to words easily. So I just like to yap in front of the AI. Which if I talk to other person, I basically can do that, because I just now spend like 5 minutes or like 3 minutes talking to the AI and just yapping on. The AI can summarize this and get all of the information it needs out of that. But if I talk to other people like that, they just stop but But if I start typing this down, I forget half of the information that I thought of. So I have so many ideas in my mind that if I start to think about how I typed the first one out, the last idea that might have been really, really important to the thing, which might have been the breaking point of the problem that I'm working on, might have just been lost. I got this a lot of times where I try to think, I really try to write this correctly. Yeah, this is like this, and then I got like a grammatical error, and then I just focused on that, and I forgot the other idea, and then I just get so pissed off because I forgot this other idea, which was really important to the thing, and then I have to spend like live a day with knowing that I had the solution to the problem, but I just forgot it. So I just like talking to it. But it's not good if I try to then put this into words. Writing down trains how you're able to convey the thing and explaining to other people later. But talking to the AI is just giving it the information that it needs or that it is good to use. But yeah. It's only solved one problem right now. How do we given a star ID deterministically know which other star is connected to that? So that it always returns the same lanes for that star, and those lanes are guaranteed to make sense for the other stars too. Symmetry. No pools, no guessing, no maybe to connect. Yep. Core idea, pairs based on decision for lanes. The key trick is don't decide lanes based on only star ID. Decide them based on their pair, star A, star B. Oh, and then you basically can calculate it with like a triangle in geometry, where you have your star ID, the lane ID. Oh, wait a second. If you have star A, star 1, which is star 1. Now let's take something bigger. Star 1 multiplied by star 35. This is our star ID. Yeah, no, this is difficult to solve because there are multiple ways to get through that, the multiplication. You could take the base of it. No, that's also difficult. I think that's a fun mathematical challenge where again I have like a idea how to do it. Basically, you have like one value, the second value, and based off them you can determine the third value. Which when you have your star ID, now you also don't have the lane ID. So you need to fuck. Yeah. And the problem with this is how it does it right now is we are basically guessing. We have I explained it right here before. Wanted to explain it again. So we have our list, basically our matrix. We have number here, number there. Let's make it numbers. We have one number here, number there, number there, number there. And we have that 5 times. Basically make our matrix, x and y coordinates for each of our 200,000 stars. We are now sitting on this star right here. And what it proposes right now is we just have a matrix of every single star that is out there that we're generating. And what it's proposing is that we draw a box around it in that matrix, x and y coordinates, on that box, which would just be like a star just being arranged in a grid cell. We get those stars, and we know that these are basically our neighboring stars, or that they are close to us. So we then from that can calculate the hyperlanes. The problem with that approach is that this is not how the galaxy in the end looks like. These grids are then converted to, with a other mathematical function, to the x and y coordinates inside of that that galaxy. So that a galaxy that looks more like a galaxy. That you have some free spots here, and you're more clustered towards these little swirls like a galaxy is. Galaxy image. A galaxy is like grouped together into these little clouds, or at least this is like the exploded stars and dust and so on. But it looks like it is grouped together in these kind of orders. I guess we can get away with just placing it also randomly around the grid, but this wouldn't look cool. Or like look as good. We still want like star groups, which is somewhat hard to implement. And that's what I'm talking about, because this is a whole new challenge if you just want our player controller, our routes or our runs. And here, pixel test, you're still watching, right? Just let me know real quick, because then I want to use you as a test subject right now. I will send you this demo right here, and I want to know if this player controller is something that you are able to get used to. I will not explain how it works. I just want to know if you're able to figure it out quite easily, because this is how other people would use it. And if they start the game, they would directly be thrown into it. Still with a tutorial on how to use it, but they still should be able to figure it out and tell if they skip the tutorial. So, okay, so you're still there. Let's try to export it. Can I export it? Debug, scene. Do I even export? Project. Just export there. Add Windows. So the file name is okay. Let's see if that worked already. Would be cool, but I doubt it. No, I don't think so. Okay, let's watch a quick tutorial. Oh, come on. No, not one. I'm not downloading 1 GB to C drive. Can't do that. Not even close to that amount of space there. Programming. Godot. Export. There we go. Oh, look how fast it's going. Why is it a... Yeah, maybe I'm streaming. That's why it could be slow. Could just be one reason, right? So basically I have to select an export templates. Okay, but meanwhile, we have our game. We have a few different options. Music went out. But we're gonna make another dark fantasy on. If you are following along at home, I always wanted to say that, you can look at this template, send it into the chat. The template, this is the dark fantasy playlist I'm listening next to. Dark fantasy playlist that belongs in Minecraft. Ultimate focus. Oh, perfect timing. Done exporting, but I want to just ask ChatGPT one question real quick. I have one question though. Instead of... Okay, the audio is... So... I have one question. Can you hear me? No, it cannot. Okay, that's perfect. I'm not gonna mess around with the audio anymore. I'm not gonna mess around with my audio so that ChatGPT can hear me. I might have to type now. Oh no. You see what I mean with the grammatical? I already forgot half of what I wanted to ask. Just by this. Okay, please give me the actual math that I need to do to plot the x and y. Oh, let's Sturmlüften in my room. So, I guess today will be a long day because I want to manage a lot of things. I was a bit tired before. I feel that my throat is a little bit like I think I might be talking too much compared to like other days that I talk. So yeah, I might have to stop talking too much because I have to have one full week in front of me where I will talk 24/7, at least when I'm awake. Streaming while I'm asleep would also be cool, and I have like a stream cam or something. But I don't know. I don't want to do that because my PC is always too loud, and I can't sleep if my PC is running, or when my PC is running. And I guess it's fine right now, somewhat, because I unplugged the fans from my PC so that it isn't so loud. I can plug them in again, actually. I tried before because the audio was audible. Audio was audible. Yeah, that's right. Let me know if you can hear the fans now. The fans. People applauding in front of my house. So popular with those stream now. Okay, perfect. But the audio also didn't get any worse, right? I don't think so. At least it didn't before. So, number stars. Okay, let's do this in a little script. Let's do it with 100 stars. Let's get our thing out here. Move this to the left screen. While we do this, we install from the file right here the thing. We can send it to our tester, the nice pixel test. So we have our calculation here. So just gonna get the modulo of the task. I don't think we're gonna use Visual Studio for this. Or the setup of my other project inside of Perplexity. Yeah, Perplexity inside of Cursor. But if we calculate this on paper, let's open. Oh no, that's not open. So blank. Not that I have any private stuff saved in here. No, we're good, but better safe than sorry. Middle screen. So basically, how we calculate this, we have grid width equals 10. Let's make it 5. Don't have too many. Grid height is equals to 5 as well. Stars is equals to 25. 5 times 5. And then we have our star ID. Star ID equals to 1. And with that star ID, let's make it in Python. Not that difficult. Open folder. Programming. Godot. Scripts. Galaxy. Tests. So small galaxy pi. And there we have our grid height equals to 5. Grid width is also 5. Stars is height. For range star in stars star ID here AI vibe coding. You're on Mac. Are you able to run files easily, or do you also have like some gay setup in like programming like it is on the iPhone? Let's see if I'm able to. I think they make it easier. Mac OS, right? No. Hell no. Project setting, rendering. Does it work with an emulator on Windows? I think you can just try it over that, if that works for you. I think that would be better than trying to export it now to, or mess up my whole project just trying to export it to Apple. I have some really bad experience with that on my app right now. Apple likes to do a few extra things. I thought there isn't even a VRAM compression here. rendering textures. There, VRAM compression. Import etc2. Okay, so I have to restart. Load current project. In that time, we finish our star thing here. So now each cell x equals star ID modulo 5. And then we are what is the Python / what does it do? Ah, okay, it directly floors it to an integer, so it's integer division. That's interesting, okay. Okay, so as I will export it to you for... There we go. macOS here. It added even more... I changed one setting. Then it told me to change, and I... No, you're not getting an OS thing. I changed one thing. V 0.0.1. Oh, one thing I changed and it already broke. There we go. Godot. This line. So we basically can already pin this to our start right here. Exports. Does this work? Yep, this already works. But it's a bit slow with the... the rotation feels a bit slow. A bit slower than in the editor. Maybe I'm not using the... It feels definitely a bit off from the rotation speed. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, it's really tight corners here, so... long player. So... I guess I export this as zip. I think it's enough if I send you just the... go. So there we go. And see if it's enough if I just send you the X or if I have to send you the rest as well. I'll try to drag it on the drive and run it there. Okay, now you also need to get the PEG file, PCK file in the same folder. Download both of them and then you should be fine. Let's see if I can remove that one. Yeah, it works without the console. Oi. Okay. So this. So test. So there we go. Let's try it out. That looks good. We have our matrix from there. What the hell is that? Okay, now to center it. So X. Wait, did I break up your PC or what? Did it not work? Okay, it looks definitely a bit more difficult now. So especially like normalizing it by 0, 0. Yep, sounds about right. Keep. Spiral twist. Galaxy. Yep. So that's the ID. Yeah, that's about right. Step 2. Yeah, and get 0, 0 or centered by around 0. What are polar coordinates? Makes sense, yeah. I guess that's way easier to. Did you put the PCK in the same file? You need to make like a folder like this, just like this, and then it should run. I sent you the PCK as well. Send me a screenshot of the folder and also the error message that you got. They need to be in the same folder. I guess if you just drag it into the download folder and play it there, it should work. I think it's already quite fun to play around with it. Because I'm the developer of it, so makes sense. Perfect. Then let me know if you're how difficult it is for you to get used to the coordinate to like the control of it. I feel like the control feels different to what it feels like when I run the game. If I run it here, it turns way faster. No, it actually doesn't. But it feels different here. Maybe I just suck more at the game. I don't know. So, my little brother is now also watching the stream, I guess. Binge. Binge. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, I think that's one of the things, like, it's weird of the WASD. I have to think of the W for a second. Um, it's a bit like drifting. It's a bit like drifting in ice. But I think that feels different as soon as you have like an actual spaceship there, and you have like a background, and it makes more sense that with the drifting, and you have like thrusters that will try to lower it, lower the speed in a certain direction. Um, Basically the control is you look somewhere, and then you boost to that direction. I think that's the easiest way. I could have also done it with WASD, totally. Or like the A and D button that you can rotate there. But I think that feels a bit more. You have less precision with it, and I would more like to use these buttons for like strafing into the certain directions. Right now, if you're flying upside down, then it feels a little bit weird to strafe into the directions because you get like lost. But later we will also have like, if I hopefully have the time, we will also have like indicators in which directions you are going, like your delta V, basically, where you're going. And then you can boost back in the other direction. With shift, you can boost in the direction that you're flying. Yeah. So we got this going. Let's try to check out the star generation. I mean, polar coordinates is just that you have a rotation and a distance from the center. It's easier to calculate spherical things, I guess. Again, yeah. Could you also make it that you can display these coordinates inside of a visual window? Maybe use like Panda or any other library for that, that you can display this actually on a field to render these points, so that we can actually see how the coordinates look like in the galaxy themselves. And I want you to somehow, instead of using direct coordinates for it, I want you to, the star IDs should be the number, or the star IDs should be the number of that star. Yeah. Yeah, the star IDs is no, just display it in the code. And instead of using a point, use the ID of that field. Before that, I will keep all of that. And now we'll run it once more. Confirm that it works, and now we send it off. There we go. Brother's just sending me stupid ass gifs. No, I don't think I can even show them on YouTube. Nah, I better not. But Pixel Test, are you able to control the ship? Are you able to fly like rounds? Could you play around with it a little bit? Or do you think I should change certain things, like controlling it differently, or binding the buttons to another button so that it feels more natural to use? The ship still feels like it doesn't have too much force. I think I have to play around with the acceleration a little bit. That feels a bit more heavy. I think the speed, it accelerates a little bit too fast to feel like realistic. should take a little bit longer, and it turns a little bit too fast, I think. But I think it will definitely feel way more different without changing any of the like rotations or any of the forces variables. Just having an actual ship there and then seeing like the thrust coming out of the thrusters from it will change it also a lot. Just by from the visuals of it, and then as well as having a audio for it. But audio might be a bit hard to implement in that time. Maybe we can find some good stock audio somewhere, but I will probably not make any custom audio. Let's see. So visualization. Holy shit, I think visualization takes a big time, a big amount as well. Yeah, I guess. Visualize galaxy. Keep. Yeah, a little bit of audio I think will work, but I definitely won't can't overdo it with like menu sounds and all of this kind of stuff, which really boosts up the game a lot. Maybe I can find some free copyrighted music that I can put in as like a little background stuff. Take a look at Delta V, for example. I can just pull it up here. What the fuck is this? Nah, bro. Ah, no, I don't think that's correct. One, two. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. You don't have like a easy way of visualizing that. So out of the points. Oh man, bro. So visualize galaxy, stars to show. Zero. Where's the one? It will always be the same amount, right? I guess it somewhat shows the galaxy, but I really can't tell if. No, I will only make the stream. I will only make the stream during the day probably, because I don't want to have my PC running while I sleep, because I can't sleep well then. Where the hell is this? What the hell did you just do? I just broke it. Oh, this looks a lot better. Look at this. And does my car run again? Yes, it runs again and it was never broken. The problem is, look at this right here. I won't show the key itself, but you have this key and you have this key. There's a difference between them. And the one is, the black key has a transponder in it. Transponder, it's the same in English. So, it's an English word. Transponder, yeah. Basically the chip that checks if your car, if the key is actually to that car. And you have to hold it to the car. And when I was trying it yesterday to turn it on, the car is just, yeah, not responding to the ID. No. Now I stuck this the black key in. I tried to turn the car on with this to see if it fits. Like I tried all keys. I saw that it was going on, but it didn't turn the motor on all the way. It was still like I just made it to ACC so that the electronics and everything would run. And then I tried the silver one and tried to turn the car on, but the car was always just like, it was just hopping for a little bit, like a and then it went off, and I had no idea why. And the problem I found out is that the transponder wasn't in it, and I actually tried to the whole mountain. I drove down trying to get the car to roll again, and then start it, but of course it doesn't work if the transponder isn't in it, because the Wegfahrsperre, the not drive away lock, I don't know, is not engaging or is still locked. Yeah. And we just sat there. The guy came at night, and we just sat there like, oh, what the hell is going on? Everything should work. We checked the oil and everything. If anything is there broken, the battery was totally fine because all of the lights still work and so on. So this wasn't the problem. And then we just randomly tried the other key out of, I don't even know why he just wanted to see what the other key looks like, how it works, and why it wasn't turning or something. And he turned it, and it worked. It just worked then. And I didn't even cross my mind that it could be the transponder in it, because I had no idea that the car had a transponder. Why the hell would I know that? Because the woman that drove the car before me, she always used the silver one, but she had the black one on her keychain, which she didn't use. And now I have like the black one on the keychain, and now it works. perfectly. So yeah, there was never anything wrong. Never anything wrong. Again, I think I told you this as well. The key itself is just way too old and like scrubbed down, so it doesn't lock correctly anymore or unlock correctly. And that's why there's the silver one, which is perfect for the new thing and works perfectly. I guess by now I almost have like half of the things how a car can even break down or why it can't work, even if it still is running. Gone through. Gone through. I experienced all of them, so if anything happens now, I will be a better car mechanic by the time I drive 2 times to Frankfurt again. My car constantly not working, but the car not working because the car is broken, but because I'm just stupid and not knowing, or just basically the car was always broken just because of me. There's no other excuse. The car itself never had a problem, it was just me not knowing enough to test the car. Yeah, it's from 2009. But yeah. Mm. Let's try one more thing. Test, test, test. Oh, perfect. Okay, I have one more idea. Instead of using the X and Y coordinate system, why don't we use the polar coordinate system, where the actual galaxy position is stored? And based on that, calculate the nearest ones to us. We could still do that. We can just take the range, like the radius from the center, from the 0 axis, and then also the air, which is the distance to that star, or we can just make a polar coordinate from our current system and map the stars around us and search over that, if that makes sense. Can we do it like this? Because then we definitely know that our neighbors are in that region. So wouldn't that make sense, or no? I mean, is that way more computation required? Because now that I wrote a Python script with it, and if I look at the map, then it doesn't look like it would fail. It looks like the 0 and the 1 just aren't on the same coordinate system. Like they are on completely different spectrums from the center. So I don't know if that's the right approach that we're taking right now. So it looks perfect. One problem though is when we are trying to search for other stars near us. The ChatGPT suggests that we use the matrix that we created and search there on the X and Y axis for the nearest stars at a certain amount, and then we track the nearest stars to that system, or not to that system, but the nearest stars to our current star from which we are searching. I think the problem with that would be, though, that after we convert this matrix to the polar coordinates, basically to the galaxy view, then aren't those matrix values at a completely different point, and in the end we don't have any resemblance to the current stars. Am I wrong with that, or is there just something that I might be missing? Like, is it, if can you make somehow an example of you taking the coordinate 200 on the matrix? You have like one view that shows all of the matrix that should be, or like highlight please all of the 100 highlight, you take the 200 star, and from that 200 star you go ahead and and search in a certain x and y coordinate, like plus and minus 5 stars in that thing. So minus 5, so 200, which would be from 195 to 205, and then also up on the x and y axis 5 up and down. And you search all of these stars, or highlight all of these stars, these IDs, inside of the galaxy. And I want you, instead of using numbers, I want you to only, instead of using numbers, I want you to use points, and I want you to use an X for these highlighted IDs. Does this make sense to you? If you have any more ideas, just ask them. Questions. There we go. Bro, I'm telling you, talking to an AI is the best. You can just yap on. Don't really have that much of an idea what you're even talking about, but still get a good result in the end. Problem then, if you have to talk to real people, then you talk to them like an AI, which is not good. Change the entire thing again, but completely. The hell are you doing? Okay, let's see how it looks. Okay, that doesn't look that good. Yeah, I know that doesn't look right. So this isn't the best approach. Yes, you can do an important. That might actually be simpler for your brain. Is ChatGPT just insulting me or what? For your brain. What do you mean by that? That I'm stupid or what? Yeah, I guess it's a good point, but you don't have to say it like that. Now instead of searching like over an X, why are you laughing, Pixel Test? Did I say anything? Oh yeah, I said it before. So instead of searching like this, basically through a matrix and then on that converted field, which would then look like something like along those lines, like how it's converted as we saw in our test here. Oh, look at this. Woo! Looking sick. I want to visualize a lot more. 500 by 500. Oh, this will probably break my PC, will it? In fact, will not. My music ran out again. Music. Music sounds better with you. Whoa! Yeah! That looks sick, man. Holy shit. So now it's just making them actually random. Okay, I like it. I like it. I guess it's already too much for the jam itself. And I guess we completely vibe coded this whole thing. But yeah, I understand the logic to some extent. So here we go. What are these stars? Oh, just imagine you can say that you covered all of these. But I think 200,000 is a little bit too much. $200,000 is a really large galaxy. I think 200,000 might be too big for the game jam. It would seem like you make no progress in the like actually no progress here. Yeah. Which ERM do you mean? Pixel test. You mean the music sounds better with you. Long nights. I feel so good. Nah, my voice is gone. I can't sing right now. Not like I can sing if my voice is there, but it's better than if my voice is gone. Try it with 50 once more. Okay, 50 is just galaxy. Let's just make it also half as big. Okay, let's make it even smaller. Make it 10. That seems definitely doable if you do it only like. But 50 times 50. Yeah, no. That's still 50 times 50. Don't want to calculate it in my head. 2,000, 5,000. I could have just done that in my head. Would have just on 25. Would have added 2 zeros. It's the time of my life. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess it could also catch you. Yeah. Oh man. Mm. Let's say we have like 60. I still want something that is nice to display. Oh, okay. Yeah, take the dog out. I will just be a bit more vibe coding. And I guess I see you later then. 100k individual nodes would definitely crash Godot. I would need 520 hours roughly to complete a map of 5,000 stars. So a map like this. Can I go back? No! Oh, I can go back. Okay. Holy shit. No. So we are now, I think, getting a little bit off track actually. As you already implemented. Whoa, that's a big spike. It was a fast walk pixel test. Let's see if it actually looks like this every single time. Yeah, looks right. Looks about right. Yep, we can work with it. So I guess this is our... So he just took his nightly shit. Perfect. Okay, we can work with it. It's not that nice. There's still like this area right here. Draw it. Should be able to. This area right here, which is a little bit too, let's say, it's a bit too far out. Should be in, and it's a little bit too spread. You can't really see those spiral things that you see in a galaxy usually. Or what means usually, I guess, from photos. Basically the rotation of the stars around the black hole, or supermassive black hole in the middle. Like here, I think this is like, which one is it? Is this? I think this is the Milky Way, right? Yeah, that's the Milky Way. See it in the most, like, it looks like more of this one, but in the center there's like nothing, and it's more like how ours look right now. But I like I like it, right? It looks more random now. It's definitely better than the one that we had before. Would you agree with that? It doesn't really look like a galaxy necessarily. If you just look at it like that, but you can definitely see that it is. You can definitely see. Oh, that's it. Let's just make one more AI prompt. Good. The interesting part is that it's not actually a picture of the Milky Way, because we have never sent anything further out than I think we're right here somewhere. Somewhere in this ring right here. Nothing further than like millimeter, if even a millimeter here. It's all just AI generated. AI generated, you're right. Generated by a lot of math, I would imagine. Or 20 minutes of of AI vibe coding like I just did. You are an AI. Actually, the whole stream is AI. Actually, the thing right there, right there, yeah, down there is also an AI. This AI actually helps you document your project without any effort, or a bit of effort. You still have to go every day and send a voice message to it, but it does all of the rest. It documents your project for you. It helps you with an AI assistant that talks to you, and then it helps you stay on track with your task. It shows which tasks are left to do. It gives you a weekly summary, which basically, or weekly report that helps you to understand how much progress you made this week, how you can improve next week, or how well you were planning that week. So if you said you wanted to get 20 tasks done this week and you only were able to get 17 done, then it can give you a few reasons for that. Like when you might notice that you're on this one bug that you've been trying to fix, you were really struggling with it because there was something unexpected that come up, and it happened to 10 different tasks for you, and it might suggest you to slow down a little bit and yeah, help you with that. If you want to try it out, Jam1, you get 50% off your first year of using it. So you can get it on the App Store right now. The Play Store is still being published, but it probably won't take more than 2 weeks. This week I won't be able to get it done. Just a shameless plug right here. Right when 4 or 5 people are joining the stream. But yeah, there's some more vibe coding on our test here. I mean, I'm not programming anything, so it's fine for the jam. I will write this code myself probably anyways. In Godot Zelba itself to make it look good, but we can use this as a template, I guess. And also for now, for understanding how the math behind it worked, I guess it also uses like a does it even generate its star to galaxy? Yeah, okay, it does. Yeah, okay, it does it with this function. Yeah, that's where all the math's done. Oh boy, this will take more than one day to implement. Oh yeah. Yeah, Godot will also come to iOS. The problem is just that they have a bit stricter review system, and I still have an image in the marketing for it. If you look at the App Store images, I updated the page, or the front page, the App Store page for it, Play Store page, and it has like an image of the weekly summary. The weekly summary already works code-wise, but you're not able to access it right now because there's still like a couple of tasks that are left to be done. So this is still open, and when they reviewed it, they didn't find this thing or this weekly summary, so they said, yeah, everything that you show in the marketing also needs to be inside of the app. So that's one thing that I still have to remove the pictures or just resubmit it once the weekly summary is done. Which, as I said, the code is done for it. It just needs to now be yeah, published and made user friendly to access it. Give you a reminder once it's done. And that is still a lot of design work that I just didn't get to over the last weeks. Fireworks. Yeah, I guess we're starting our stream marathon here for the week, but I didn't know somebody made fireworks for it. I'll take it. It always look the same. The 10,000 stars now. Yeah, I guess 10,000. 10,000. See how it looks with 200. Now nobody will be able to get this done in a good amount of time. So fireworks or fireworks. So the vibe coding get done. Let's take a look at it. There's an error running it. It takes a bit more time now. It looks like shit. Guess the color doesn't really match. But you can see like the spirals of it, which is kind of cool. If you regenerate this. Okay, man. Oh god. In the Milky Way, you really have those clear spots where all the planets are. So there's some planets in the middle. I really see like the clear spot here. I think it won't be too cool for the game because then you're like stuck on that little spot here. You would have to do like a really long travel to get to the other spot. So I think this more, how would you say, like saturated spot, not saturated, more distributed system is a bit better because you will always have stars nearby. Should have always stars nearby. But yeah. So no longer will we work on the star system. This works for now, or like not work on it, but we no longer program any of it because before we break any jam rules directly, I think this was already a little bit too much. But I guess it works way too fast with the AI. So I just had to try it out. And I guess we're at the point now where you're able to get something like this done quite fast. And I would imagine that implementing this in Godot will be a bit more difficult because you have a lot more challenges with like rendering it. Whoa, this took a long time to render now. Okay. But you have a lot more challenges inside of Godot. Inside of Godot. So more rendering, you have to watch out for the optimization. You have way more code because each of these stars either needs to be a node, or there are a couple of other things. You can make it a particle, which will be less computational. It won't have all of these different transforms and sprites and so on. Each sprite will have transforms, which you could bake it, and there's all of this kind of optimization stuff that would be open. But in theory, if you just don't care about optimizing it, I think AI would be able to get this done in the next 10 minutes. To have like at least like a spawn this inside of Godot. All that you have to do is now make a script that goes from, instead of like visualizing this here inside of a figure. No, figure is not the stars 9 and yeah, matplotlib. Let's use this. Yeah. To visualize this, instead of putting this star, you just get the polar two coordinates, which would be air and 0. Well, how do you actually call them? Coordinates. You call them the angle, but what do you call this? Polar axis? I guess the air is the pole, and this is the polar axis, the 0. And air is the distance from the center, and 0 is the rotation, I guess. But yeah, maybe let's stop this right here. Close. This right now. But yeah, it's crazy how good AI has gotten those, especially with those mathematical things. It's just a year or two, just a year ago, it just couldn't do. It still could do this, but you would have to put in way more information. It's good because now it like searches the web and searches for what it needs by itself. So yeah, we have 7 people watching the stream. No, 5 people, but we have a lot of people watching the stream. Or general in the stream. Why do we have so many? It just says 5 views though. I guess it's just the same people over and over again, but take it. So, yeah, it says 5 watching. But no, there's no thing else. By the way, if anybody is here that is not writing in the chat, you don't have to write in the chat, but it would be cool if you just join, and if you have any project that you're working on yourself, which you know you should be working on right now, you can just go ahead and work on them. You can just mute the stream, have it like on another monitor running or something like this. You can motivate each other to work on it. While I'm streaming, you also work on your projects, and you run the stream when you're also working on your projects. So mute the stream. That's why I don't have any music playing. That's one reason. Second reason is copyright. Just makes it easier. And I can just play any music I want that I feel like studying without like disturbing your music or stopping it and changing it to a more upbeat if I'm just chilling a bit. So just go ahead, work on your projects. Maybe write in the chat like your little to-do list if you're doing it, what you're working on. And then when you're next time you join, or when you're done with your shift, just say, yeah, got this done. Just keep each other accountable. My task for today, I just a little left goofing around. I won't make too much longer, so that I can start quite early tomorrow. Sleep 8 to 9 hours, just catch up a little bit on sleep. But then tomorrow I definitely want to get done that we can download the Stable Diffusion. It's definitely something that we need to download tomorrow, Stable Diffusion. And then I want to make a little test project with this Godot plugin right here for Superbase Godot plugin, or Superbase integration for Godot. Well, how do you say this? Godot Superbase implementation. The right correction? Implementation. Superbase implementation for Godot. You know what I mean. And then play around with that a little bit to understand it, so that once the jam starts, we don't get hung up by basic problems, by not understanding the course of how to set this up, how to write a simple setup script, stuff like this. So you might be able to prepare already like a general purpose script for the sign up that we can just copy over then. I guess they probably already provide in here. Do they provide examples? Adult Superbase. Yeah. Example environment. Okay. Yeah, example environment. Database. Yeah, I guess they don't provide direct examples. I will find some examples here. Yeah, you have a wiki, so you have your snippets and examples. Yeah, that's what I guessed. Sign in, so we can just copy part of that, play around with it a little bit. We basically only need the authentication, the sign in, sign up, to make it easy. I don't want to have another provider in it. I've heard that Superbase isn't the best with authentication. There's some problems with this. Or at least that's from a friend who used it a couple of months back. So I think going with Superbase authentication won't be a problem anymore. It wasn't like a security risk when he used it, so don't have to worry there if you play the game later. We'll make sure it's secure. I will also make it so that you don't need to use an email, but you should use a username. I don't want an email because we don't need authentication. It is just a fun casual game for now. And later, if we actually get to a point where this is like really fun, where you play, maybe we get also some combat in there, and maybe a few game loops, where one game loop is you discover the galaxy, one game loop is where you have to keep stuff intact, where you get like random missions around the galaxy. Like there's a lot of missions that pop up every day, and this you can then apply to these missions to take them, where it's basically, oh, there's a security risk, we have to fly there, and it will be either in like an already, if you have to explore stuff already, you get more pay, and then if you get paid, you can upgrade your ship better, you can get better ships, and then you can maybe get like combat ships and exploration ships and cargo hauling ships, where you have to fly through certain routes, and you can then choose like, this route is secure, where you won't have any pirates, for example, coming, but if you use this dangerous route, then you have like a 80% chance that there is pirates coming there, and you have to fight them off. So, and then really far in the future, I really like to do this because it's overscoping and kind of, yeah, it doesn't have the project directly right now at all, but I just like to talk about this and get some ideas out. You play with other people in the same map, so you have direct multiplayer instead of like this asynchronous multiplayer, where you basically only track scores and like routes that were already discovered. You basically also communicate with other players, like, or you can fly there and you can fly with another friend, which in 2D would probably not be too difficult to implement. Multiplayer always has a few things that you can mess up. So this would be cool. Like, it would be a 2D Star Citizen, I guess, with the flying game loops. Then of course we can also add like 2D movements, where you then have to land on a planet and you have to go into like bunkers or three cities, and then you have like a war that breaks out where it's like a special event where everybody's at war. Then you can build your manufacturing, and you can build ships, and then you have to mine, and then with that mines you have to, every single thing in that game is then mined by players, and every weapon that you have is made by you, kind of like Minecraft. You have to mine everything to the high grade. You can build like huge production lines. I'm just kidding right now. It's just would be I would love to play a game like this. It's like a combination of Foxhole, Star Citizen, and basically tons of other games. I don't think that's a good thing to think about right now because we overscope easily if we do this. If we think of this gigantic game later and then think of the jam, then what we work on the jam might influence the overall scale of it, influence what we're working on, and then we think, oh yeah, no, just this one small feature, which would just be another 1 week work for a team of 5. So let's not overdo it. Let's stay back and think what we are doing right now. So what we're doing is, instead of this, we not use this anymore. The idea was alright based on what we had before, or considering what we had before. So instead of using this, we use directly the polar coordinates. Polar coordinates for searching. So we can just search for... Wait, how do we search? We still need to save them somehow. Oh shit. Yeah, no, no, no. It's not that easy. It's not that easy, no. Stellaris. Okay, it's a top down. Okay, see a pixel test. Then it's a top down. No, not top down. It's like a strategy game, not directly first person or something. But yeah. No, we would only need to search it. Okay, that's good. You could also make it that the user downloads the cache. Yeah, so the user comes in, loads the downloads the file, and when he plays again, he loads it again. In theory, if you build a save system across things where you don't want to have a server, or you are unable to like store the data in a single. Yeah, you want some data that is stored between sessions and can't be saved in memory, like if you have a map or something that is not like generated like minus with like random numbers, even though that would probably work for any game. Um, but yeah. Let's try to figure out how we would actually save this. Like I haven't even read through the full explanation from ChatGPT how we would search through it. So what we want to be able to controller scripts. I don't want you to do anything with this script, but I just wanted to let you know that I built this with Visual Studio Code and Vibe coded it. Just keep in mind that I built this system. It basically displays a galaxy that looks really, really nice. Um, it does it in kind of like a circular. It doesn't necessarily look directly like a galaxy with like the spirals, but it is close enough to like spirals that we can use it for our generation system. It probably is way too complicated, and you can make it way simpler later. But that's just one idea. Don't just give a really short answer to this. You don't have to do anything bigger. Just wanted to share this with you that I generated this small script right here. I just built this system right here. What the hell? Test, 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 test. Why the hell is the audio so bad? I think I have to scream here so that it would hear me correctly. Which is weird, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Test, test, test. For those who are currently watching, can you tell me if the audio is still okay? Would be great to know that. Shit, right. Shit, what's up? This these up the Russian pose. This been sitting here the whole day already. No, the whole day except like a couple of hours. But yeah, I will probably hit the second. I'm not even tired yet. I drank this entire half a liter energy drink. I'm not even finished with everything. I don't think I will be able to sleep for a good amount of time now. But yeah. We have work to do, baby. So, this in this look. So it also recommends me, if I understand it correctly, that we don't do this like local search where we already only search for a certain area. So we just we somehow save every single coordinate to a memory or somewhere where we can read it, and then we load it once we open the map. I will go to the toilet real quick. Give me 1 second and I will be back. Oh, more than 1 second, but. And the one person left. So I guess I'm alone again. Okay. So the golden angle. So if I understand you correctly, like the message that you sent before, is that you are also suggesting that we don't try and change everything ourselves. Say. That's not even what I was asking about, but yeah, good enough. Yes, one sentence. We define each star directly in polar coordinate as a pure function. Theta, okay. Theta? Theta? How do you to pronounce that? Theta. Theta. Why do you say it like that? Theta. Yeah, if it actually takes like 50 milliseconds, you won't even notice that. It's like and it's loaded. If that actually is the reality in the end and it doesn't hallucinate right here, which I don't think it necessarily does, even if it hallucinates, it would make sense that something like this takes way longer. But yeah, that's actually really smart. You could store these, so you can have like multiple different files. So you have like 10 files or 360 files if you wanted so. No, yeah, 360 is one full rotation. And yeah, not per 1%, but 36 files, for example. So you have 10% in each file, and you only then have to root through these files. So you divide it by 10 already. Even here, we could do divide it like in 4 sections, and then only have to filter through these sections, and then maybe through 2 files if we're between a certain rotation or close to a certain rotation. This is smart. This is really, really smart and could also be really efficient. It's great. Oh, I really love this. I know that not it's not like the most complicated math, but it's like exactly the kind of problem that I enjoy like solving. I mean, I didn't solve anything right here. I just talk to an AI if you really want to take it like this. But like learning about it is fun, and I guess the implementation. No, I'm not saying it. If I say now the implementation is easy, it will bite me so hard in the ass. Even thinking about it probably added like another day to the implementation of this. Oh man. No, I'm happy. I'm happy. I really want to do this. It sounds like a really fun thing to do, to build. So oh, we are basically set for most of the things for the design. I think this was the biggest part that I was like worried about. How do we do all of this? How do we design this? Of course, we don't have anything done yet or direct code built yet, so it's not like provable 100%. But it definitely gave me a lot more confidence to continue on now. Like the system itself makes way more sense how we would approach building it. So yeah, I don't think that's a really big deal or really big problem now. Yeah, I guess binary would make sense. We could store the variable, I guess. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, we don't even want this to be necessarily human readable because people could just mess around with this thing and put stars closer to each other or manipulate the routes to be, keine Ahnung, yeah, to be closer together, which then in theory would make their um the level that they're playing would make this easier. So yeah, that's not even a good approach here to make this. It would not be a good approach to do this like in a human readable format. We don't even need this. We don't necessarily need to read it in another thing, in another Python script or something. If we would, we could just convert it easily, more processing power and so on. But we're no longer really constrained by that in the modern day, and even capable working with a PS2. How many operations can a PS2 perform in a second? Yeah, yeah. I guess even on a PS2, it would be still fine. Yeah, I guess the PS2 also counts as the retro console as well, so we can definitely use it. Yeah, 3D graphics, everything. I never played on a PS2, but I played on a PS3, which definitely is probably a really big upgrade from the PS2. Oh no, I actually played once on a PS2 when I was at somewhere in the holidays, but I can't really remember it that well. Other than that, the game that we were playing was really great, but then his mother or something came in and was angry that we were playing the game, and because he just brought a stranger into our house, which was me, and I just met him that day. We started playing video games there, and his mother didn't like this at all. Let's just copy this. Chewing gum here. Motherboard. Guess we're already streaming like 5 hours. If you take away the time that I had to restart the stream when I had the audio problems and so on. Don't know how many views in total I get, because I only see like the 2 people watching right now. I'm pretty sure one of them is my own account or something on the second screen, I don't know. Because there's one constantly watching, which I just don't believe, and it's always like this. Second viewer must be like somebody else. I'm talking to you right now. Maybe you can send something in the chat that I know somebody else is watching. What might also be like something else. Not like I will talk any different now that I know nobody is watching. Most of the time it is like this. But yeah. So I mean, we could also, with the stars position, they shouldn't directly change. So if we just generate it directly, this shouldn't be a big problem. So if we just generate it here and then export the game with that file, I think that should also work. I mean, it would add a bit more time to the loading itself, like before the game even starts, because the file is heavier, and it would probably add like a few megabytes to it, only like 1 or 2, but for a small 2D game, I guess this is quite a lot. I think in the end, we are restricted how much we are allowed to use. I mean, based on the console that we use. I think, let's check like console game size. I guess we won't go over 5 gigabytes. Else we will have like a really, really big game with a lot of really cool functionalities. At least, I don't think we will go much over that. If we do, would be great. Wouldn't be complaining really. But yeah. I think I will definitely provide a desktop export. Because yeah, we'll provide a desktop export because it's cooler to have it on the desktop. So if people even start playing later, like if you have it on your desktop, you're more likely to open it randomly at some point and continue with it or continue playing. But if you have it somewhere in the browser, you will just forget the page and you will probably, most likely like 99% of the time, never look at it again. You will only once on the jam page if you look back at some point, like when you're nostalgic or something, then you will be looking back at it at some point. Like, a second. Just slouching here in my chair like this because I don't really have something where I can put my foot onto, and my bed is just behind this. So if I slouch a little bit down like this, I can rest my foot onto the rest my foot on my bed, and this makes it a bit more chill to work like this. At least for the chill working. If I really try to get really focused on something, I will sit up straight or try to be more talkative. I can concentrate better. But just sitting like this while programming is way more comfortable than lying down. It's already fun to play around with this. I guess maybe it's because I already have the vision of the game itself. Or it is just because I make the game. I don't know. But I already enjoy like flying around with this controller. Maybe I can just imagine how it would look like if we actually get all of that implemented, which I'm dreaming about. Yeah, I'm dreaming more about like the implementation itself of this map. Actually about the game itself. I will try to distance myself from adding a lot of features to the game itself, because it's always harder to implement, because there's like 500 things that can go wrong with every single feature that you add. There's everything. Another point, basically the best part is no part, so you can apply this to, as Elon Musk said this, best part is no part. So the less features you have, the less your game will break and the easier it is to maintain it later. Okay, so you can just make no features, then you have no game. But try to keep it as minimalistic as possible, at least for the start, is probably a good approach here. Because I'm an indie developer, I'm developing this by myself. So having not many things to maintain is easier, especially for a game jam for 7 days. And it is better because I have less features, I have more time to polish the existing features to make them fun, which you don't even need a lot of features, I believe. Of course, then again, I so far wasn't successful in publishing a game, so maybe a GTA clone with all of the things that you can do in the actual GTA later probably sells better, because you basically sell a full simulation of life, which, going back to the videos that we watched before, is basically you sell an experience, you sell you sell the fantasy of being in that world, and GTA probably does this quite well. It gives you the fantasy, like in real life you can't easily be a drug lord. I mean, you can, but there are more consequences than putting up your console and maybe getting yelled at by your girlfriend or your mother for playing the game. And in real life you probably have a few more problems. So I think that's the fantasy in GTA. It's a lot more to it probably. That's like the basics that I can just map from the videos that we watched, or that I watched. We only watched like half of the other one. I want a bigger track right now, but if I add a bigger track, I already know that I will spend too much time playing here. Maybe if we have time, it would also be cool to add like a drift thing where you're like cool drifting around the corners. With a lot of sideways movement. Yep, enough playing. Even though I could do this for a lot more laps probably. Instead of something left to do. Galaxy data, you have a deterministic function star idea. From that x and y, you can either generate all layer. I mean, the one thing that I'm thinking about is if we now search for this, we have our galaxy right here. This galaxy is black right here, the center. Then we have our circle around it, which is our galaxy. It's a good one. We have the shortcut for switching between them. No, I don't think so. We have our player, which will be spawning somewhere in right here. And if we now search for surrounding stars, instead of searching like by a through a rectangle, like we would with an XY coordinates, basically the X and Y coordinates that we're searching by. Bottom like it should. X and Y coordinates. Like this. We are searching via radius, which means we are searching from here to here. So by this radius, which would be our theta, I guess. And then we search by the distance, which then would be something like this, something like this. Distance. And first, we still have the user who's looking triangle. This might be his field of view, the part of the map that he has opened. So we need to search this sector for stars. Probably need to be a little bit over that. So they would be probably like a bit cut off that we. This looks like we're loading the full galaxy, but we're actually just loading these few stars right here. Or at least displaying these few stars. Of course, this is not to scale. The user will be really small on this galaxy. But this is what the user sees. This is basically what we can discard as the stars that are around. Problem with this approach is we have a theta value from, what would this be? From 35 to, would always be 90, so let's just say 60, just for sake of testing. Would this be 35? Yeah, almost. Yeah. go 55. Makes a bit more sense. We search between this and then the air, which would be this. And this would be from here to here on this value. So we kind of have like a windshield. What would you call this shape? If anybody knows that in the chat, I see those few popular. What would you call this shape? Like those circles. Am I stupid, or does it even have a name? How would you call this shape? An irregular closed shape. An irregular curved polygon. You could probably also do it like mathematically, like write a function that it goes along adjust the air depending on how far you're going here. But I think this would just bloat the code unnecessarily. And it's not like these few stars here will ruin the experience and will destroy the thing. It's like optimizations that we can do if the player is like zoomed out or something. Also then you'd have to adjust this. And you want to find the stars in here. Connections from these stars. Player is also a star. The player where the player is at. So then you might have some of them going out right here. This would be the map that the player has shown. And I mean, you would have already might have already discovered all of these. So like this. And these are still ones to be left to discover, and these are ones that the player already discovered, like the gray ones. So, or the other way around, doesn't matter necessarily how it actually work in the end. But I think this is something that we will take a look at once we have the player controller going. This is nothing that 100% needs to happen in order to have a playable version. This is something that happens once the player controller is working nicely. We have our like map generation that is going quite nicely, that will spawn them nicely, make the transitions somewhat okay, and just needs like more polish to get it fully working. And then we will start with all of this like multiplayer things. But yeah, let's see how much time will you have for reviewing it then. Theme is tiny hero in a giant world. Oh, okay. Okay. Fits to our theme actually. Fits to our thing. You are a tiny hero, a giant world. Or in this case, a giant galaxy. I mean, we're not necessarily using this as our theme for the game. We can farm the extra points, I guess. As I said again, this is not necessarily that I will make this game purely for this kind of jam, or for this kind of jam, for this kind. How do I say this? For this game jam, the game is in general. I want to make this, at least the prototype for it, and test my technical skills. It's not that I will try to restrain myself 100% to these game jam lines. If this is actually something that I find a lot of people in this jam will like, or people that I show this to will like, and I see that it's not just like the glazing that people will do, oh yeah, so cool, it works so nice, but it's actually people enjoy using it, and you see like in the database. What I learned from the book The Mom Test, especially, and what I've for my app so far, is you can tell people say, oh, this is so revolutionary, you can manage your project so nice, and it works so perfectly. In the early days, then I gave this to people when I showed them to them. Oh yeah, they said it would be so cool. I gave it to them. I gave them a test account. They were like, oh, super cool. Yeah, I will definitely use this. I gave them the test account for free. Gave them to try it. And they made like 1 or 2 days. They might have stayed active in it. And they just didn't lose it. And like, why? Okay, what happened? Just, oh yeah, I just forgot to use it. Okay, so you could say, yeah, maybe they were just not busy, and you can push all of the problems on them. But what you can better do is search the problems on your end, or what is the problem is your app isn't good enough for them to spend their time on, for them to put it into that time. So it might just be too hard. It takes too long for them to document their project in it. So what I did is, instead of making it only in text form, you can send a voice message, you can send images, so it's super easy to document all of your projects. And the same you can do with games here. It's, I think, one of the things that was said in the idea iceberg. The game idea iceberg is you give it to people, and if they directly want to play it, and then bug you, as they mentioned, they bug you for getting more updates, getting more versions on it. Like, oh, I want, when is the next thing coming out, and they're actually actively trying to get the new version. Then you know you have a good game. Guess same thing applies to other apps as well, like how it like transitions over into different projects with these like more marketing side of things. Gaming is a lot of marketing as well. Of course, if you make a beautiful game, your marketing is not that important. But if you make the most beautiful game and nobody will know about it, or nobody knows it, then nobody will play the game. So you still need to make some marketing. So I guess that's one of the errors that I made with Godot itself. I started way too late with making marketing material for it, or not start too late. There's never too late necessarily, but I could have pumped out more content. I could have made like devlogs or day one of starting Godot, and then document the project and already build like a community over the development phase. And then in the first 2 weeks get good recommendations. Maybe find people that worked in that space before that can give you advice on how to build better. Better, faster, and actually avoid certain issues or problems that they face, which is a big part that probably a lot of people probably underestimate. So I don't know why I went on all about this right now, but like a few of the things, if they try to say like in the end, yeah, no, we can't rate it because you're not necessarily holding the limits of the PS2, you're actually not able to connect to the internet like this, or you would be unable to process this fast. I say, yeah, it's okay, take me down from the rating, don't care that much. Of course would be not cool, or I wouldn't be happy if they do it, but it's not like I was planning to 100% go for this jam. So we'll see how it goes. I will try to keep my best to stick to the jam, to stick to their theme, stick to the theme is just optional. You don't necessarily need to build it in, but I guess you're a hero to uncover all of these lanes, or all of these hyperlanes. Hyperlanes? Hyperlanes. Did we call it hyperlanes? I constantly forget the name for it. Unlock these hyperlanes for these other people to use, and you discover the galaxy. So you're a hero, you're an adventurer. You uncover the whole universe, or uncover the whole thing. Then maybe we can add some Easter eggs where randomly, if you jump on a star and complete a certain route, you might get a bonus. You might hide some kind of, I mentioned it before in the stream, where you play and you randomly are able to win like cash prizes if you are the first person to discover the star, and there are randomly cash prizes that are hidden behind the star, which would be cool. I would have to do this off stream because people will directly go there, but we can do it like this, that it's that in the center will be something. It'd be cool if you reach it there and everybody spawned outside, like not in the center, but it spawned in like outside of on the outer rings of the galaxy, and they have to fight their way through to the middle, which will still probably be a couple tens of hours of playing the game to get to the center, as long as there's nobody else that has been discovered these ways before you, and you can fast travel already through most of it. But yeah, that's the idea. Oh, one of the 500 ideas that I have thrown out today. Idea that we can implement would also be cool as an Easter egg if somebody actually, if the jam flops, for example, we build a thing that looks cool and all, but in general it doesn't make that much fun because I didn't have enough time to make all of the thing work seamlessly together. But at some point somebody really likes it, and they just for fun sit there in a weekend and play through a few levels, and they randomly stumble upon a code that lets them, give like a 20 € Steam card or something, which isn't something that big thing, but it would be something cool for just playing around. And yeah, starting to talk a lot again, and I noticed that my voice doesn't like this too much. I hope that by the end of the week, or not in the middle of the week, I will be unable to talk because of like a sore throat or something, which would really suck. I guess then I would just sit here, maybe with like a pillow. What do we call it? A pillow? Or like a pillow is like blanket, yeah, blanket over here. It's still stream. Yeah. I think I will actually do a buzz cut, or not directly a buzz cut, but like definitely really short again. Probably to like something like this over the week. God, this is way too long. It's not nice. You can just style it nicely. You can do anything with it. It just is in your way. You have to wash your hair more often. All of this kind of things. Long hair. Ooh. Nothing against long hair, but I don't like it that much. Because oh yeah. So this will be probably the way that we will go with the galaxy generation. This looks really nice. When opening the star map, we search through it. Music is a bit too upbeat. Can't focus. It's almost done. Speed it up. Boah, das ist schön. Oh, this looks sick. Oh, just imagine just walking there. Endless walking. VR game like this would also be great. You make like a good transition, like a good skybox of it. You render the field that is around you until the point where you're walking. As you have a skybox that changes with it. Would be a cool effect. Okay, so let's say it's like how we would display this. This is our center. again our red, and let's say we have an x equals 5 and y equals 2. Now we have a star up here, which is a five and a 3. We have a star here, which is a 3 and a 2. If we subtract the 5 from them, it would be a 0 up here, and a subtract 2 from them should be a 1, should be 1 up. This looks more like a 2. 2 up, so 4. Get 2 up here. This is plus 2, and this is minus 2. So we would get minus 2 from this and this. So I think we just subtract the subscription, subtract the subscriptions. What? Subtract the positions, and then we should be fine. But what I want to talk to what I want to then say is, if we save these values or save these positions either as the polar values, or we save it as like the normal, like the polar coordinates versus Cartesian. Cartesian? Is that English? Doesn't sound English. Cartesian. Oh, good spelling here. Have to tap myself on the shoulder, I would say. So I think YouTube gives me another warning about the bitrate. It's too low. But I don't care. Just see there's like some particles flying on in front of my camera. Don't know why I usually have the window open a lot, really a lot. But I probably haven't, I haven't wiped the dust for quite some time now. Do you call it dust? And not like dirt from outside, but like, I guess it's dead skin cells. I saw a video about it. Send this to the stream right here. Save it for the future. It's a really good song. Or not song, really good. It isn't really a lot of things going on, but it's the same sauna music to relax, to focus. This would work best with just Cartesianal. Cartesianal. I forgot how to spell it. Cartesianal. Cartesianal. I forgot how to spell it. Take the pet away. Cartesianal. I guess from here you can still hear me, right? Let's see if you're still able to hear me from there. Yep, sounds good. So a bit more freedom if I move my mic to there. I don't like if it's like in my field of view. I usually have it like folded up to the wall. I can just move it up there. Then it just stays there. We could either do this. Wait a second. Did I? Now it's back. Why? Now it's randomly back. The ChatGPT teacher that I had before. I made like a split off on this right here. You can see here from today. And now this one is back. It's weird. Yeah, I guess if you work with the core Cartesian values, it would be way harder to resubtract it to zero, because instead of just subtracting the current rotation or position of this, you would have to recalculate this the length between this, so you have to take this position. Also, I guess the air value isn't that difficult, but instead of changing the rotation a little bit, it changes from being up there to being like up there again, which is like logically, I guess once you know the math behind it, it's not that difficult. Once you know everything, it's not difficult. But to first figure it out, will take some getting used to. I think this is a good approach. Star ID, X and Y. Then at runtime, local y equals star.y minus current star.y. Oh, sounds good. Yep, that sounds good. Root of x times x. Yep. I don't know the direct if that is correct like this, but sounds good. I mean, you can always reverse engineer it. If you can engineer it in one direction, you can also reverse engineer it. So the question is, how efficient is it then? So our flow is basically why can't I use the mouse? So one is you. Ooh. Get star list. Second is this is of course a big step. There's a lot of mathematical things. Calculator. Yeah. Read it twice. Would make sense. Leave a like to the stream right now. left screen something to look at. Light off. Slowly it's shutting down. It's almost 1 a.m. 12:30 p.m. I guess. Cartesian. Okay, I just added a H which was not belonging there. It in Godot. It's library. Holy shit, how many red things did I even... Can I even put more red things in here? Yo, what's up, fam? And Twix? Just looking at a tutorial for how to use the save system in Godot, basically storing the variables for my new game jam. My new game jam for a game jam that I've been working on. Basically for. Oh, hello? What happened? It's not the map that I remember. There we go. For basically storing a gigantic galaxy data into a variable, which will be hundreds of thousands of star IDs. So that you can play them and you can load them between sessions to find the next ones. A lot of math that needs to be done, and a lot of ChatGPTing to calculate all of that. So, yeah. So, let's actually use that. Store var, okay. Oh, great. Which game jam are you working on? Are you also like in this demastering game jam, or are you in a different one? Maybe we're on the same one. I guess we are not started directly yet. I'm just making a lot of planning, preparing for it. So I guess that's DTJ. Let's see. Also, is it also hosted over HIO? DJ. Oh, okay. This one probably, right? Oh yeah, I've seen this one as well. Also consider joining it because there's a lot of people in there. But I wanted to take like a long game jam because I really want to get deep into like the programming, and with those shorter game jams I really enjoy them. It's like one weekend you don't have to take off any days and you can just focus one weekend on the game idea. You can really crunch it down. But I think long game jams are also cool. If you plan correctly, you can actually you have a direct goal. If you design your own game, you basically have too much freedom, I would say. Would call it a little bit. Um, and here you have like, because you have no restrictions of the time, as long as you don't set them as yourself. If you quit your job and save up 10,000, you might only be able to work half a year or a year on that, depending on your living situation. The week it's a bit more. It's still like you can get a game done that is somewhat playable and way more playable than a 3-day jam. Wait, what is this? The theme? Theme is random. Oh, okay. I think it actually random would also work for my current game because random, theoretically the galaxy is generated randomly, but with a seed. So basically, each of the star is its own ID, and with that ID, you can then um, store, like, calculate the other numbers, like how from this ID, which for example would be star 200 or 150,000, and you can give that as a seed to the random generator, and from that you can generate a bunch of data, like that is then, if anybody else uses that seed or that star, he gets the same information. And so you don't theoretically have to pre-build this entire system. It's basically how Minecraft works. You just get one seed and everything else procedurally generated, which is really interesting to go deeply into, which I want to do in this jam. Yeah, it's just I worked with random numbers for 4 years now since I started making games or started programming. And I understood that random numbers aren't truly random, but I didn't really go that deep into actually understanding that the random number is just a random number generator, and the seed that you give it is just the current date plus the time, the seconds, and so on. So every time a user runs this thing, it's at a different time. That's why the random numbers are random. Basic Godot script right here. Like a, I don't know, what game engine are you using? Do you use Godot as well? Because then I can explain it. I will try to explain it. I only learned it like a couple of a day ago. Okay, perfect. Then let's see if I can make it a little bit. Can I scale it up here? Yeah, it was like this. You basically import the random number generator. To be fair, I never really used Godot before. Or I used it 4 years ago when I started for like a couple of months. But then switched to Unity, and now I want to get back into Godot because it has a lot of cool new features. And basically, you generate your random number, and when you normally use this, you don't set the seed. You don't set the seed. We can just comment this out, and if you start the game, you see in the console now we get 1. We could also get 1. Now we get 4. Now we get 3. But if we set a seed, which would be the 4, we always get the same number. It's always true, it's always the same. So what it does, if you don't give it the seed, then it already generates the seed for you. In that case, it basically runs this random dot randomize. It runs this function already, which here sets up a time-based seed for this random number generator. You mean for what I'm building, or? I think it will be a lot of work. It will be a gigantic amount of work. But I took the whole week off work, so I have every day 16 hours. I got an energy drink collection right here. It's 2 of them. Only for the next 3 days, basically. 1 energy a day. I started drinking mine today because I started streaming way too late. At like 7 p.m. That's why I'm still completely awake. And I should be sleeping right now so that I don't mess up my sleep schedule for the next week, because it will be a scrunch. The game jam starts on Monday. I basically use today and the rest of today, Sunday already, to finish all of the planning and prepare for everything. But yeah, that's basically, it's a lot of work. I can show you the game idea a bit in general if you want. Don't want to keep you from your game. I guess you have also a lot of work left to do. But basically, the goal is you have this gigantic universe, which is randomly generated, which isn't that difficult. I already vibe coded with here, I guess ChatGPT, no, it was Claude, like a little example for this. I think it takes a long time to load right now, because I added. Yeah, okay. I guess the last like 6 to 7 hours of a game jam are always the most productive ones, I feel like. I guess the first ones are really fun because you plan, especially on a weekend, you spend like the first Friday night like completely planning. You get so many ideas what to build. You choose one idea, you start building, you get a ton of ideas, and you feel like you're really, oh no, I never get this done in the last 7 hours. But then you really focus, really crunch, you really focus on the most important things, especially in the last 1 or 2 hours. But yeah. And most of the time you feel like you get a lot of things done. It would be cool if you work on a normal project, then if you can get the same feeling, the same urgency, but all the time, because then you get like so much stuff done. This takes a lot of like training, a lot of discipline to pull off every time. Yeah, I spent the last year not working on games, working on like basic robotics. I could build a robotic arm and some wake up light. And now I've built an app for managing projects with the AI based hard coded, which you see in the bottom left of the screen. But yeah, it's basically here the thing that I vibe coded so far. It's basically the random number generator that generates this entire galaxy. Each star is its own ID, and from that ID we generate the position in that galaxy, which with a random generator. It's not truly random in here, but it's like a seed. The star ID gets the seed, and then it places that on in the galaxy. So that's how far I am. It takes a long time to load. This is roughly 10,000 stars right here. You can also pump this up to a couple more stars. I guess this will take a lot longer to load then. To 20,000 stars. My original goal was to get 200,000 stars, which is not as difficult as you might think to implement this. You just need to bump up these numbers here, and as it's generally like completely procedurally generated, you can bump up the numbers and then it works if you did the right math. Stopping this right here, starting it. Yeah, 250,000 stars, which is a couple of things to load. Probably takes a couple of minutes to now build this graphical interface here. Not really optimized. As I said, it was completely vibe coded in like a half an hour. So yeah. No, but other than that, I think the idea of the game is you have this galaxy and you spawn somewhere in the middle of this galaxy, and your goal is then to uncover hyperlanes. Hyperlanes? I constantly forget the name. Basically the travel lanes between them, so that you can fast travel between two stars. And when you finished one of these things, or when you are like on this star, for example, I have a better. Let's just use my example down here. It's a bit better. You're on this star right here, and the gray ones are routes that weren't discovered yet. Just go with that. Are routes that weren't discovered yet. And then you can select this star and you can go there. And to uncover this route, basically to later be able to fast travel over there, you're flying through like terrain, or first you start on like an Earth planet, where you have to fly through a canyon or something to get to a goal. You fly through a city to, I guess, get to the skyhook that lifts you up into the space, or get to the space elevator. We'll see what kind of animations I will be able to get through that. If I get any animation, that's all in the time frame. Then you have to travel through that. You're in space, and you have to through that other star system. You have to fly through asteroid fields, and there will be other areas where there's maybe like mining sites in the way, where there might be some abandoned mining equipment, but the missile systems are still online, so they might chase you, so you have to evade missiles or shoot them back. And the goal is to fly from one planet, from one star to the next star. And when you're finished with that, you are awarded with this lane. You uncovered this lane. So you uncovered like 0.001% of the universe. And you then unlock this as a hyper lane. The whole lore for this could be that you're in a distant universe where the Star Wars hyperdrives, there we go. Have like hyperdrives, and to know that the way that you hyper lanes, you travel them so that you can make sure that there is no debris in the way, or there is nothing where ships would crash into if they go there. And you have to uncover the whole planet. And the cool thing is, this will be like asynchronous multiplayer, because it's I don't like this saying that it will be easy to implement, because then it won't be easy so fast anymore. But you will be awarded with that thing, with that streak that you uncovered, and every other player that is also plays on the same universe. So you won't directly encounter them, so it isn't direct multiplayer, but you can't uncover the thing that the other player sees. If you hover over that, then you will be able who uncovered this. You have like a leaderboard and everything where you can see, oh, this guy uncovered like 10% of the galaxy, and this guy covered 10%, and you'll basically be able to upgrade your ship to be more resistant to hits or something like this. Maybe some better sonars that you can already go to see when asteroids are coming ahead of you if you're flying. But it's just overscoping. I don't know how much I will get done with all of those extra features. But yeah, like you wrote something. My first solo jam. So I'm. Oh, it's your first solo jam. Yeah. What is your game about? The game jam. Okay, yeah, I guess my first jam was in a group, and we made like a alien immigration, we called it. Basically, like it was like it's like this one game. I don't even know which we based this on, but it's like one game where people are immigrating in your country, and you have to check their um, passports for irregularity. If they tell you a certain date when they were born, and you have to check if it matches with their ID, that they don't use fake ID and stuff like this. And our idea was that we do this in like an alien form, so aliens would come from a different planet. But it isn't just you have to check the idea, you would also have to translate it. So you had like a dictionary, and you had to translate this alien dictionary to the human dictionary, which was English. So that was like an interesting first experience for me, because the first time I even worked on a time crunch. I think we had like a week to build it. Was it a week? I think it might have been just a weekend or something. It wasn't a long time at least, and it was really fun. But since then I only did like the um solo jams, or 3 to 4 I think I make. I think it might be Papers, Please. Yep, yeah, yep. That's the one. That's the one we based it from. I never played this one, but I watched a lot of videos about it when we made the jam. It looked cool. I mean, it's not the kind of game that I really play when I'm alone. When I the kind of genre I play. But it was a cool idea for a game jam, especially like a first one. Yeah, kind of like this. I mean, the not so cool thing about the jam that I participated in, it was like basically an in-person game jam here in Germany, and most of the people that were there was like 3 different locations all over Germany, and they were all there, and me and like or 2 other groups were like online. So the presentation wasn't so cool. There wasn't a direct rating system over each like it is with normal game jams. But yeah, the Papers, Please is the right one. Okay. I guess we can store this variable quite easily, but won't make too much effort to store this. It seems like Godot has a good implementation for this. I guess my game is quite ambitious, considering that I haven't used Godot in 3 years, if not even 4. I guess it won't be too difficult. With the help of AI, we will get through it. But what is your game about? What is the goal in your game? So you just store the star ID, X and Y. Oh, okay. Buckshot, this rings a bell. Buckshot. Did I spell it correctly? Buckshot, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. I knew this game. Okay, that's interesting. You definitely have to. I will be live for the rest of the week. So, or you join the Discord server. I guess this could also work. You can send your game in there. I'd love to test it once you publish it. I guess you have like one more day. You have to publish it tomorrow, right? Or is it till Monday? Oh, no, till December 1st. So you have like 2 more days. No, you have one more hour left. 1 day left. I guess either you can send it here in the chat. I will probably. No, probably I will stream for the rest of the week till next 7th December. I guess you can also join the Discord server, which is. I don't know, which one did I even link in the description? Did I even link a Discord server in the description? No, I don't think I linked the Discord server. Whoops. Just add the Discord server. Instead of the old name. Go. Let's see. Invite. Don't want to create a new invite. Try to server. Ah. I think this one. Don't want to override the old one. You only have today. Won't have drama from Discord. Okay. I didn't really understand. What do you mean? So you can to Discord? I mean, if you join the live stream next 1 or 2 days, I guess tomorrow, then you will probably be done around this time. Yeah, 2 hours ago you will be done. Probably stream then as well. And then we want to save. So You can also do that. I mean, if you already have the itch page up and running, so you can also send it in here if you want. I think you're able to send links in the YouTube. I don't think there are any like not registered. Yeah, I don't think there's any limitations from YouTube on that. At least I hope not. So we have the save variable to local storage. That's okay. Just the flow. And then once the load map star position whatever. Yeah, okay. Not double S. Do you mean that you can send the link right here in the live chat, or what do you mean by the link in the live chat? Okay, yeah, no worries. I will probably be off in not too long from now. Like 30 minutes or something. And then I will start the stream in 8 to 9 hours again. Once I'm awake again. I hope I can fall asleep. I drank the energy drink way too late. 3 hours after you should have. So we got get current star position. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I have to pay attention to any kind of sleep schedule for the next week. I basically cleared up everything. I think there's like one, what would you call it, like a party from my department, for my apprenticeship department, for the Christmas party, I guess, the English name for it. The correct English name is the Christmas party from my department, and my thing is on the 2nd or 3rd of December, 4th or 5th. So there's where I won't stream at night probably. But let's see. I'm not really drinking any alcohol, so I guess I will go there for 2 or 3 hours, chill there until the energy gets bad, and then I just go home and start working on the game again. Start the stream again. Just put like a little text on the stream. Christmas party. Right back in 2 hours. Be like a party pooper this time. So get current star position. Yep, when we have the star position, we can load the load galaxy map. Remember, you only have 22 hours, so I think the art is the most important thing right now. I think the art is a lot of attention as well. I will try to make as much of the art myself as I can, but with all of the system, I have a lot of like back-end stuff that I have to implement, and a lot of like game mechanics that I don't know how much time I will be able to spend on the art. So I will either get some help from an AI, I'll probably get down to like stable diffusion to help me build some of it. Or not um like build like pre-make like sketches for me for what I thought like the playership and so would look like. And what the playership would look like and like skyscrapers, and then I overdraw it with like pixel art because I suck at like drawing and all of these kind of things. 3D gets okay if I'm in low poly mode, but even there it's not the best. So I rather stick to programming and my trusted AI agents that I then can continue to argue for 2 hours, so that a 10-minute task with programming which would have done myself takes 2 hours with arguing with AI to create still AI slop. But yeah, I guess for art, we'll see how it goes. Oh, okay, so if you're done with the game, then that's perfect. I think so far I always overscoped my gems that I was never finished early. There's always stuff that's left to done, that's to be done, left to do in the game jam. And I always just programmed. I made a little bit of planning in front. I made like a to-do list and like a few tasks that I set up, but I never really designed the game loop for it. Never really designed like it out in detail, what I really want to build, how it will work, how it will integrate it, and how it will all come together, like we'll do here. I guess for tomorrow, I will. This is still not a full game loop here, but I already have it in ChatGPT. Um, so I think I never put this much effort into planning a game before. So I hope this time it will go better. Because before, all of my other game jams where I started with it, I got a lot of this stuff done. But in the end, I just focused on the wrong things and ended up focusing more time on making like music instead of like polishing the user experience for the onboarding and stuff like this, which would have been a bit more useful at the time. But yeah, I also have to watch out that I don't wake up my parents and my little brother because they're already sleeping. Already 1 a.m. So obviously I also make pixel art. I think it depends. Pixel art can be really interesting. Like I really was more of a 3D guy with Unity because I wasn't really a good artist with pixel art. Of course, here and there it's fun. My first games were all in pixel art, but you always saw that they were my first games because of the pixel art. So with Unity, I was able to learn 3D modeling. Okay, learning is a tall order. I got the basics of Blender so that I can make my 3D models, but I never went ahead and shaded them nicely. And so I at some point just used free assets from the store. I spent, yeah, no, I didn't do too much with the artist stuff. I never got too deep into it, and I never really had the big vision of actually finishing a game until my last game. But then I switched up and went ahead and made more of like the robotics part and went more in the physical systems, which I really enjoy as well. But I know I just for the nostalgia, want to get back into programming. I gained a lot of new knowledge about programming, how different system works, and had a lot of experience now with backend, working with Superbase, especially with my app now. Basically, only backend work. So I'm really excited to see how it goes, how well my skills improved over those 1.5 years that I haven't programmed games. Oh, okay. So How many pro game jams did you make then? If you say you had the first solo game jam, I assume that you made a couple of other game jams before in a team. I would like to work with a team. I messaged one artist here from this game jam who makes like music. But I think we are on a different time zone, so it will be difficult to work together. And he hasn't responded yet to my last message. Might have to hit him up again. But yeah, we'll see how. I don't want to make the artist all excited that he makes like a lot of work, puts a lot of work in it. And in the end, I'm not even able to put the art into the game because I don't have enough time. So Sunday tomorrow, so stores are closed. So I have to tell my parents. With one meal for tomorrow, one fast meal. Some Asian noodles chicken taste. The Japanese Fertignudeln are ready to cook noodles, I guess. I got a bunch more stuff, but I already ate it yesterday because I couldn't be bothered to stand up and go to the kitchen to make something real. So I should have gotten something today, but I forgot it. We got the energy drinks left, which I didn't touch the last days. So. Okay, let's finish the loading map. Make this a little bit quieter. I think it's really loud. Now I want more of this guy. This music is sick. Oh hell yeah. He only had this kind of style. I guess it's AI generated. Is it AI generated? Let's see if we can spot if it's AI generated. Oh, there's some obvious tell that it is AI generated. If it is AI generated, it's done quite well. No scenery breaks. Oh, this could be real. Yeah. I mean, I spent the last 8 months like really, really grinding on my app. I spent already almost 9 months now. On average on like 8 to 12 hours on the game itself, on the app, and basically hard Godot to get it working, get it up and running, get it launched. And like now, 2 weeks ago, I was able to launch it. Now just trying to make more YouTube content about it, get more people to know about it, and actually get into the whole marketing, because that's way more important than actually the development itself. What do you mean? What years was made? Oh, what do you mean? Do you mean the music video, or do you mean game? It's 1 day ago, if you mean the music video. I think he uploads almost daily. Daily uploads. Could be sketchy if he does it. No, not daily uploads. He uploads a few times a week. Gets always the same kind of music, but the art style stays the same. I guess I would say it's AI, but it's really well-made AI. I don't think I can, like, all of the videos from this guy are like this. So anything here? Here, this X, it could be. Yeah, maybe here the lake looks a little bit off, and the scenery in the distance also a little bit. Oh yeah, the clouds are coming out of the mountain directly. There's a bigger mountain here. It looks great. Don't care if it's AI or not. It looks good. It's hard to spot. There are a few things that make it seem like it. I guess if you spend more time like drawing, you will be able to spot way more the ridges and stuff. Like in the cloth, I was looking like for the cloth. Maybe. Like when it's like the AI isn't so good at drawing patterns. If you have like an S curve or something that goes through the whole cloth. But yeah, I guess the boots as well. The boots as well look a bit jumpy. I guess maybe the X that is behind here. At least I don't think it was easy to prompt the AI to get these kind of results. I guess he generated quite a bunch of pictures to achieve these. Yeah, no, I think these are AI. With this amount of content. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes when Sora 2 first came out, I got like so tricked sometimes, where especially as they didn't do it like fully AI, it was like a real video but a character cut out. I guess in the Mario's things you directly noticed it when they came out, but it was if it was like a real face put onto it, then it was spooky how accurate it is and was. Okay, but I guess now with time you spot the difference between like Sora thing. There's like a different movement style that all of these AI characters. It's always the same kind of movement. It's always like if they're walking off, there's like slow and then they walk fast and it's unnatural. It's like perfect music set or like the focus of things is always off. It's always focused too much onto the main character, onto the main character, the main suspect of the scene. And if it's like fully focused on that, then you know it's AI. But with these videos or these pictures here, I guess you have the focus here, but it is this kind of like low. It isn't like 100% realistic, but it is realistic enough to. I mean, it's like low quality. The chain mail, I guess. Wait, is it? Chain armor, yeah. Chain armor looks a little bit like doesn't have a lot of detail. You also don't see the second foot that you can compare the. I guess he has a second sword here in the hand. Yeah, now that's also AI. That's what I can tell. If the castle also has this weird thing going up here. The windows themselves. Yeah, no, I don't think that's. Yeah, you see, it's a bit scuffy here. But it's well made, you have to give him that. If you really start looking, you will find something. But if you just take this as a playlist to work to, I don't think It matters what the background picture is. That much. Okay, focus back to the game. We have something to work on. Only one day left to plan before the clock starts. Load full galaxy map from local storage. Yes. Define search area X and Y. X and Y. What was W? Okay. So position again. Oh, my English grammar is great today. Really good. Not like it's better any other day, but today it's really good. And I misspelled star. Yeah, up here. Star ID. We use this created star ID. This created hash from both of these star IDs as a seed to check if there is a did it evaluate that here. Let's go up again. Just combine both of these. Yeah, I guess the hash is always the same results for both of them. Is there a way that you can ever have the same IDs? The other ones, no, you're not adding or subtracting them, so it's always should be a hash. It's always be different of them. If you take this hash, okay, let's try to create this. How do we make a hash inside of Godot? Okay, we have our seed. We can either make this with random, but we don't even need to if that's the case. I think random would take more memory even, more computational power. So we have that. Okay. We have that. The problem with this. No, it's not called as a function. To update it or something. Where's their problem? Yeah, never used. Okay. Okay, yeah, Godot is a bit more complicated with this. Right. Like this. Perfect. So we're gonna put this to the left. Hash value. Modulo 100. 22. Okay, so this would work if you then check if it's less than. Oh, I didn't see your messages, sorry. Uh, what do you mean I just didn't. I wasn't paying attention to the chat right now. What do you mean with Reddit and Stack Overflow are live servers? Basically, what we do is we check. Already in the max ID. Hundred. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Oh, I would like to get to the point where I can get bugs now, but I'm not allowed to develop yet directly. I guess I kind of broke that rule already when I made this star generator right here. And when I was telling you that it might take a few minutes, it's still not done. It's still loading in the background. So I think it's a bit overthinking it. So I'm just gonna stop it. I think 200,000 stars was a little bit too much to display with colors and trying to match those colors always. I did a bit too much logic for the generation. Oh man. So like if hash. Is that the right order? It's actually smart because we are easily able to do this. It's not a really high computation task. We don't need to save this there. The only thing we need to then store in the database is the hash itself. Do we need to store the hash? No, we need to store start ID and start star ID and end star ID to track this then. So that when we load the map, we also need to check the database. Yeah, we need to check the database. If in the database there is if in the database there's an entry where star ID 1, star ID 2 are already marked, then we know that there's a crossing that has already been marked by another player. And then we just draw this directly to the start going to check. their IDs, and if they match, then so I noticed that my concentration is getting really bad. Moaning, it called a lot. So I think I will stop the stream here. We'll hit the stacks and I will come back online. Oh, how long do you think you will take? I will stay a little bit longer then. Let me know how long you will take. If it's longer than 30 minutes, then I will probably. Okay, okay. Then I will wait so long. Good. So then you have this. Generation flow. It's actually not that important that we cover this right now. It's more for the later parts of the jam. I think for the rest we can just install stable diffusion. Some chill stuff to do. Diffusion. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. check out which solitaire mini game is in right now. Just get our daily solitaire time in. Good for killing a little bit of time. Oh, okay. Got some easy stuff. Gonna watch some advertisements here on stream. Not getting paid for it. Not gonna show it. Update.bet. Just gonna trust it. What could happen? Okay, let's see what it does. Give it some time. And meanwhile, we are playing our solitaire game. Oh, one done. Spider. and done. Hey, don't worry. Let me know, what do you think how long it will take? Just give you an estimate. 1 hour, 2 hours. Also, what time zone are you in? Like, what time is it for you right now? Is it like still in the evening, morning? Need a 5, 2 5s are there. So far. Oh, you're done. Right, okay, that's good. Cleared those out. Zack. There's one. Perfect. 9. Just like that. More. Done. 8 or 10. 8. 10, 10. Chop, chop, chop. Cool. Perfect. Yeah, I see. Guess you can still be first playtester. Just gonna directly discover that there's like a huge problem with the startup it, and you have to restart. The biggest fear. Oh, the biggest thing that I hate about game jams is the exporting. Never works nicely. I guess to like web, it always Unity didn't make too many problems. But as soon as I think Unity Windows web played was a little bit of a hassle. Um, but to VR was horrible. Never liked that. My PC wasn't good enough to handle it. Yeah, sure. I mean, with 7 p.m. for you right now and 8 hours, then you will probably go to sleep in 8 hours, 16 hours from now. So, I guess I will stream in the morning. I guess when you wake up, I will still be awake. So, if you're not gonna be able to finish it right now, then we can also review it tomorrow. Ah, okay. I mean, if I review tomorrow, then it would even be better for you because right now my brain is almost completely fried. So I can give you probably better feedback tomorrow if I try it out. I guess tomorrow will be probably too short before the timeline. So yeah, no, let's do it. Do it now if you're able to give it to me now. So mess this up. No, that works. That works. Better figure the two. Go 6. Zack, zack. Come on, just a couple more. Oh, okay, yeah. If you want to do tomorrow, also works for me. Um, I guess when I wake up tomorrow, it will be. No, are you able to join like on the Discord or send me a message on Discord directly? I guess my Discord, if you want to add me there. I don't know if you know if you have enough time tomorrow. Or you still have time left tomorrow. So you can just either send it to me here or you can just if you want send it per email if you don't have Discord. It would be my email if you want to send it over email. Or Discord, you just have it in the description below. Or just guess my handle on Discord would be right here. There we go. That's the Discord handle. Just finishing up this deck and then I'll probably wrap up the stream. So this 3 8s, 1 3. Is there anything else? Deck 8. Oh, okay, let me read it. Okay, also works if you send it tomorrow. Just send the ish page, then get it done by then. Then I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't know if anybody else is here. It tells me there's 4 people in the stream, but I'm never sure about this. It's just bots because only like one person reacting if I'm asking something in the chat. So, Fern and maybe other people, I see you tomorrow. And yeah, have a good rest of your day and make some good last progress right here. And I see you tomorrow. Peace out.